Good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing fantastic today. Today, don't have big plans, but I think some basics that we'll do is see what new sales are going on assets. Maybe while we're doing that, we may check out game sales as well. Then I think I might get started. I still want to figure out noise for sprites. I'm still lacking that. So maybe that's the next thing. Noise. Where are you at? You're here somewhere. So many tasks. Oh man. Oh. Apparently I put that in obsolete. That's no longer obsolete. Oops. That guy's probably going to be repurposed. Because once this is completed, I can't imagine I'm going to want to apply pixel noise to anything else, right? Alright. But for all that, let's do our normal startup. Something to just clear our mind so that we're ready to be focused. Oh, right, also check for social media stuff. Because maybe our accounts work now, maybe not. I don't know. I haven't received any updates on my email from the appeals, so who knows? Honestly, maybe at this point I'm better off just deleting those accounts and recreating them. Maybe that's prudent. The only question's gonna be is, would that be considered an action that a bot would do? Because then that's gonna just get me auto shadow banned again. Like, I'm really at the end of ideas of what I can do to have a usable Twitter and Reddit account. Like, I don't know what I've done that was so offensive. But apparently I've been a horrible person on social media. That's all I can figure. You know, horrible person with those 0 posts and 0 comments. Okay. What am I doing today? Expedition route. Grab that. And let's craft that real quick. Blue tea. Blue tea. That should be enough for level 90. And getting real low on books. Okay, so could go run that boss. Alternatively, are these open? Nope, that's tomorrow. That's fine. Basically like one run of that, and I've got that max. Talents. When are they open for? Saturday. Okay. Get everything to level 6. Who knew? I might not have enough. The stupid teeth. Come on, Sucrose. Give me some bonuses. That's enough. Yeah, that's plenty. And more than enough now. Alright. And I might take her skill up to level 10. Because her numbers are looking really good even now. Let's see, and then we had Odoron. And I have... Oh, fine. We'll grab some more teeth. Shouldn't take too long. But Odoron, I'm getting his stuff to level 6 just because that's my metric, but the majority of his kit is focused around his, I think it's his first passive. So like, there's not a whole lot of purpose to level up his kit. Other than just, I want to. Hello. See, just a few more and we should be good. Actually, I think just this plateau and we're solid. Yep. I think we got 2 big ones and the 2 little ones. Good. That should do it. All right. Let's see if we got enough. Nope, 2 more. There we go. Huzzah! Level 90, level 6 talents. Got a weapon that matches his style perfectly. I don't think it's actually that great for him, but it does match his style. So good. Now, all that's left is run this boss a few times. Let me just check one thing for stream. Yeah. It's good. Hello, strange monster. No. Oh, bull. Bull, 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 bull. This is bad. Okay. We're sort of back on our feet, but oh my. Oh, I should also check on the event, make sure that I'm done on that. Actually, I know that I'm not. I think if I've started attacking this early, I should be able to do this without dying. There we go. By far, the easiest character to pull that off with, though, is Kenichi. Because each one of his little bullets moves that gauge the same amount as one of her attacks. It's a little nutty how good he is at that. Alright, one more clear, then I'll hit up the event. And I'm just going to go for the easy clear on this one. And that's it. Now, if I have his burst ready, that's a cakewalk. Without the burst, there's a little bit of risk of losing someone. Oh, right. Dailies, 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 dailies. Pain. Come on, Genshin. You can do it. Okay, daily's done. Now the event. First off, do we have any new events? No. Okay, did all those. Got one more reward here. Still need to do the final quest on this one. I'll do that off screen. And then get some points on this. Let's see, we are about 16, 17 minutes in. Do like one run of this. Don't know what the rules are for this one, but we'll see. Now the general rule is just get the things into the goals. Ooh, did they patch this? Because they are behaving much better. Yes. What? Dang it. How do I get another one of those suction thingies? That was great. Nice. Where's the rock? There they are. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I'm not getting any more. Get those. Oh, Kanich. Getting in my way. Still a good score. I'll take it. What's the last one? Take on a random challenge. Can I not? Those are clear. Those are clear. Oh, I literally just need to do something for 100 points. I'm not gonna bore you guys with that. That's where... Wait. Where's my last... Oh, they come from the quest, don't they? Yeah, that's where the last crystal things are. Oh, okay. That'll do it for a startup. Alright. Do want to keep that tab around. Let's check out Humble Bundle software. See if they got anything new. Nope, nope, nope. That one has been around for a long time, right? Yeah. Honestly, half tempted to buy this just to have it for the future because $30 for all this is nuts. Absolutely insane. Let's see, sci-fi creators kit. Unreal. And nothing that I'm looking for. But all very high quality assets. Is this the one I bought already? I think it is. Yes, yes it is. Anything new? Rust bundle? Alright. Nothing new there. Anything new here? Ultimate Blender Mastery Guide. Sorry, I do not intend to learn those skills. I'm learning just enough Blender to get by, and that's it. Just launched. Special for 20. What do you got? Redfall I heard good things about. Ew, apparently it's mature, so you'll have to check that out on your own, guys. Ooh, Small Land. I've been wanting that. And $7.50, that's a good price. Oh, also mature. What is For the King 2? Oh. Might have to check this one out for myself. See. I'm guessing it's a tactical RPG? Turn-based RPG. Yeah, I'll check that out on my own time. Could be fun. Oh, and is this an escape room game? Like... I'm almost certainly gonna pick that one up for myself. So I'm not finding any that would be good stream games so far. Mutant Year Zero, that was a fun game if you like tactical shooters like XCOM. It's in that kind of vein, though it's definitely a different take on it than what XCOM does. Lot heavier RPG elements, because you are dealing with your party of 3 or 4 that you level up. Economic? What's that? Huh. City Builder. Not my kind of game, but that does look super neat. We're into that. Alright. So, let me just send that to myself. Definitely some stuff I'm interested in from that bundle. Fanatical has a habit of finding some interesting stuff. Right. And let's quickly check the Humble Games. They've got something new. We checked out sci-fi shooters before. Telltale, everyone knows what that is. Classics, Black. Meh. It's gonna be like all Lego games, right? Yes. Wait, Disney owns Monkey Island now? When did... Maybe they always owned it, I just didn't know. Dang, all the stuff I want from this bundle I already own. That's unfortunate. Like, the KOTOR games, awesome. Force Unleashed, a lot of fun there. Jedi Academy was maybe one of my favorites of all time. It's definitely dated at this point, but the whole, like, design your own Jedi, throw your powers over missions, and, like, pick what powers you want. Oh, so much fun. What's this? Indie games, right? I think so. Link me to the Steam page, please. Oh well. A very eclectic bundle here. I'm not sure that you're gonna find anyone who wants all of these games, but at 15 bucks, you're gonna at least find 3 things in here you'll have some fun with, I'll bet. And you know, 5 bucks per game, good deal. What is this? Alright. This is basically the kind of thing I would have bought for my little sister. Long, long time ago. Long time ago. Weird. This is like back in the day when you'd find those like... You know when you'd see like the bargain bin in like, I don't know, a Target or a Walmart, and it would be filled with like Barbie games. This is like, that's what comes to mind when I see this bundle. But the price for this bundle is not super great. Especially if it's predominantly visual novel style.
Welcome to Minami Lies, the happiness delicious ramen bowl.
Okay, so there's more than just... It's not just visual novel stuff. Like... Huh. Yeah, alright. Now, how do I apply noise to sprites without calculating every pixel individually? Great question, dum-dum. How are we going to answer that question? Let's see. If I were in Python, the answer would be just pile the noise matrix to the exact dimensions of the sprite texture, meaning the sprite sheet, and apply it. Like, add the values on, subtract off what I want, done. But it doesn't seem like I can get access to that in GDScript. GDScript get image pixels as definitely don't want to use the get pixel built-ins. They're nasty. Could probably do this in C++. But really prefer not to have to do that for the game. So what is a way I could do this by adding a node? Simplest way is just an overlay. But then it's going to have a static noise that doesn't update with each frame update. Another way, which would be really nasty, is add a new node that's a sprite 2D, generate the sprite sheet with one of my noise files tiled to the dimensions of the sprite sheet, and then have it monitor for updates. Also not great. That's super messy for what I'm trying to do here. How to set textures and noise. Been able to generate 2D land and water procedurally. Issue is that water and land color are flat color. Like to add some phase. Well, I would love to tell you the technique I used. I would love to do that. But Reddit won't let me. Alright. Have I been let out of Twitter jail? Probably not. Oh. Hold on. You know what? I think that's probably fun. Oh, wait, I probably want to use the Reddit one. I think that one's good. Pick a header. Nice. I can just use the Ko-fi one, and it worked great. Your bio, 160 characters. That's tiny. Location, non-existent. Alright, so do I exist? Maybe? Guess I can always do a test post. I assume I can delete this afterward. View. Excellent. Okay, let's see if it's visible. Chrome. Yes. Hold on. Let's see that page. Huh. It won't let me view that page unless I'm signed in. Which is kind of silly. Go ahead and delete that. And I think what I'm going to do is, in order to keep the account active, assuming that I am active right now, I'll be doing status updates every Tuesday. Like, whatever I've worked on for the week on streams, I'll do just a bullet point update here. I think that makes sense. So, how am I going to accomplish it? I could add a feature in the Blender add-on to apply noise. But I don't like it. Let's see something about that. Dum make sprite sheet. No, I think the copy is actually the good one. That's fine. I mostly just want to see the compositor and see what options I have. Because if there's an option to do this with the compositor, that's going to be less ugly than having to just script it outright. In posterize. Interesting. You can denoise, but what if I want to noise? Huh. Under compositor, add. For the term camera sensor noise. Just one of the many factors that might contribute to images. Question: use a texture node with a noise texture compositor and that with your image. a multiply node. Animate the noise pattern. You can animate the dispersion values and offset. So even if I do this, one factor here, every slime is going to have the same noise. I don't like that. 2, this still means I'm going to have to go script that stuff in the Blender add-on. I don't like this solution. I don't like it. Too messy. Shader noise might be the way to go. What I'm thinking there is, because the shader operates on the texture, not on the currently displayed region, if I can create an image that's the right dimensions in the noise files, I can apply it through a shader. Maybe. In that noise texture, use new open simplex. No. This is just how to make noise in general. Another way to handle it would be have just random noise be generated every frame, but the performance on that is going to be awful. This is obviously the way to go for trying to do a film grain effect with it. Trying to make a noise change frame, keep stumbling. Reading the docs, but I can't seem to plug the right value into them. That should work. So you should probably do it with a shader. Hopefully someone has mentioned that. Apparently no one mentioned that. is. Oh. Kind of a neat effect. Alright. Add built-in noise function shaders. Those are feature requests. That's not gonna. Unless they were finished. Others are 3D, so that's not going to help. Okay. Think. How else can I do this? Guess I could test doing pixel by pixel adjustments. So I'm almost entirely certain that's going to be garbage performance. Then again, it is only on asset creation. Sorry, not asset creation, but on node creation. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad. Maybe. Let's try a simplified version. There might... I don't know. We'll just have to see. Maybe the performance will be garbage, maybe it'll be fine. I have no idea right now. But first, I should do a baseline performance test because the new enemy type, along with new data structures and whatnot, need to... Oh yeah, I was doing shader testing. Alright. Where'd the print go? Who knew? Got rid of the print. Or did I just move it into the enemy container? Yep, that's what I did. Okay. Globals, how high are we gonna go? Yes, we can go up to the 430 and just see what our performance is right now. Oh, whoops. Would really help if I had renamed that properly. Oh, something's wrong. Oh, there's a lot wrong. Oh my. Okay. Ooh. So we've lost performance big time. Still hitting 300, but just barely, it looks. Alright, let's see what's going on. Take out the shader and just see what happens. Because if the performance improves just by doing that, it shouldn't based on the previous testing I did, but who knows? Whoa. Our performance drop off even sooner. That's really bad. Like, really, really, really bad. Okay. Let's go ahead and disable that and just see what happens. So they should no longer be jumping. Little hiccup there. We're not even hitting the 300. We're not even getting close to it now. That's bad. That's real bad. What happened? Idle timer isn't even getting hit. That's fine. I want to see what happens if I do this. Because now there's no actual processing going on a per frame basis. So if there's literally nothing happening, when do I fall off? Like, this should be a meaningless test, right? Yes. This is a meaningless test. Good. And it should get up to, I think, 700 or 800 before it goes bad. Alright. I guess let me just start commenting stuff back in slowly, see where I end up. First of all, let's see what states are being hit. Should be just spawn and chase, I believe. Looks like 1 and 4. Okay. Good. That's what I expected. I'm assuming if I put return here, I should hit that 430 no problem again. Yeah, because after they finish their spawn state, they get into the chase state, and then nothing happens. And I'm mostly shifting to this because I have no idea on how to do stuff with the... Okay. So, no degradation whatsoever. So whatever is breaking stuff is in heat. Thing is, I made this stuff way more performant already. Show me, how far are we gonna get? Okay, 300. Falling off to 300. That's really, really bad. If it's all from here, that's awful. That's basically free. That's basically free. Not quite free, but the way I'm doing it right now is very cheap. Thing is, if this shoots the performance back up, it's not going to tell me anything. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And of course, the movement is the thing that's going to have the problem. How do we do with this? Oh, wait. I need to get rid of the other one. Oops. Based on my previous testing, though, the performance of this is not much better than my other method. I would guess it starts falling off around 330. Ooh. Okay, so starting to get instability at like 390. Okay, that jittering. What on earth is going on? That jittering is just unacceptable. Okay, so improve performance. Post slide. Okay. Figure out weird stuttering during gameplay. Yeah. So here's a question. What is so pricey in this function? And is there a cheaper way to do it? So first, move and collide. So that's identical. There's no collision, we return. 8. If absolute value of the angle to remain. Greater than 3, return. Huh? Is that even doing anything? Yeah, I don't think that's actually doing anything there. So it's seeing if it's close to 180 degrees to the normal. I guess it's fine. But I guess I can go step by step and just see what the performance is taking this stuff out. Okay, weird hiccup there, but it was also at the same time as the track change on DLC, so maybe there was something there. Okay, 370. Come on, performance. Okay, right around 400 is where it's falling off. How could I do this? I'm just curious. So we fell off round 400. Maybe a little before. If I'm just getting the collision data, is there a hit? On 350. Okay, so still just before 400. That didn't seem to cause any more load. This is the operation where I'm probably going to get a hit. Or not? Somehow the performance was better with that added in. Which I'm guessing is just a hiccup, let's call it. Okay, let's see what this one gives us. The current standard we need to hit is falling off around 400. Probably around 390 if I'm honest. But we will see. Yeah, around 390 again. Is that something I care about? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, because this I can definitely remove. Let's see if it makes a hit. Hopefully not. Hopefully. It is interesting that every time VLC changes tracks, I lose 5 frames. Okay, so we got a little performance hit there. Like 5, maybe 10 lower. Go ahead and do this. Try that again. Do we get that 5 to 10 back? Sorry guys, I know this is just the most engrossing content, but performance testing is vital. Okay, it looks like I might have gotten some of that back. Good. Still falling off around the 390 mark. Pretty close. Now this shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay. Blown past 300. Good. $390. Okay. There might have been a little hit there. Maybe. Now here's the one I'm scared of. Because if this is a bigger performance hit, I don't know how I'm gonna prove it. Or that has no performance hit. Well, if this is where the performance hit comes from, there's not a whole lot I can do. Because move and slide was 10 times worse than that. Yep, that's it. That's not good. That's really, really, really not good. But I was hitting 430 with this before, so that means I definitely have a performance hit coming from elsewhere, right? I have to. So what else could be causing a hit? That's not going to be the cause, but I'm going to try it anyway. Still falling off too early. So that did save me some performance. Like maybe 5 to 10 extra. And I think it's fair to turn that off. What all is going on in player that might do something? Nothing. Right? Oh, this. Let's just see what that does. Because now the player won't be doing squat for the most part. Okay, so I got a little bit of performance back by doing that, but honestly not much. Maybe something worth testing. What if I make a void and just have slime spawn in it? Is that any different from Playworld though? His health bar's not doing anything anymore. That wouldn't be any different. So I am curious. What happened? I switched back to skeleton. Because that's what I was testing with before. If this is able to hit 430 safely, I don't know what that means. $300. Say what? That's falling off even sooner? Okay, well. Okay, there's one thing I should test that I really don't want to. Alright. It's gonna be terrible if this is it. Great new scene. 2D scene. Dummy skeleton. Not what I wanted. Change type. What's wrong? Trying to assign value of type that, variable of type in. We're not finding current stuff. What if I just do that? Okay. Why aren't they moving? So this is a nonsense test. That would be why. So what I'm testing here is if just inheritance in general causes a problem. But I'm trying to test. Why are they all trying to go to the right? Well, let's just see what happens. Even though if the performance improves, it doesn't tell me anything. Yeah. Because they're not actually moving. Why wouldn't they be moving? Like, I think I understand why they're tiny. That's not a big deal. Okay, they are entering the chase state. Awesome. sprint, speed, and velocity normal. Ah. Okay. Okay, get player direction is returning nothing. I'm guessing this is gonna give me null. Yeah. But why? Okay, so that's not called here at all. Should be called from here. Every 1 second, auto start. Oh. Okay. Let's let's switch this up. Get all choked. Just assume that they're enemies. What? A, if enemy is timer, continue. What? I know. I'm saying don't do that line. Oh, that's... Okay, never mind. We're good. Excellent. Okay. That. And let's see what the performance is like. So this should be testing. Does just having an inherited scene have some overhead that I don't know about? It shouldn't. Okay. So we are falling off at about the same spot. Good, meaning inheritance isn't causing the problem. Bad, because now I don't know what to improve. One option. I could just make the decision to drop this to 30. I could do that. Actually, one thing I want to test. What does this do? So, my physics tick is half of my... FPS. Well, I kinda hate it. But let's just see where it ends up. It should maintain solid 60 all the way up. Yeah. Because I've cut the calculations per frame in half. Not a great solution. What is that? Whoa! Wait, is that not showing on the stream? Huh. That's very weird. it looks like it's not showing you guys what I'm seeing. Hard to tell. Let me quickly switch over to my view of the like live stream. Dang. Stream delay. Me looking at code over. Oh wait, no, that's live. Never mind. So because I'm getting massive stuttering. And it just doesn't show up on stream at all. Oh, that's weird. Huh? Oh, no, you can see it on stream. Okay. It hides it based on the FPS. Okay. That's kind of weird. But I guess makes sense. Okay, so short answer is I've got a lot of work to do. Let's take a break. Because I'm already getting frustrated with Godot on this. Let's see where we are with Batman. I think we might be at the end of the game. Because pretty sure last thing that happened is Joker injected himself with the Titan serum and he got real big. All right. Oop. Forgot one thing. There we go.
Rampaging inmates. Just
Yes.
ready to tango. Think you can beat me? Don't make me laugh. Excuse me, bats. In you
What are we
come,
doing?
boys. I've softened them up for you. So, Mr. Referee, how was that round?
I dodged. Come on, grappling hook. Boop. Boop. Go to sleep.
People of Gotham, enjoy your evening. Will be your last.
Okay. Just like try all the gadgets until something works, right?
When I get out of this, I'm going to rip your freaking head.
Nice. That wasn't too bad.
Shot bats. I'll rip you apart for all Gotham to see.
Just run away, I guess?
I'm out, bats.
Yeah, that was it.
Give him a kicking for me, boys. I'm bored of him. Mind your head, bats. I think that was my round. Old man.
And two. Woo.
More helicopters. How exciting! When I'm done here,
Up and bump.
fight by an army of brutes.
Come on, Joker.
What are you
Let's
doing?
play.
You'll die for this, bats.
Oop. There we go. Two down. I'm assuming there's going to be a phase after this because this is so much easier than Ivy so far.
Back in a second. Bats. Come in, boys. Knock him about a bit. I've got a city to address. Look out! So, Mr. Referee, how was that round?
1, 2. Ow. One. One, 2, 8.
I think that was my rock. Old man.
One.
You want some? I'll give you something for the morning news. Doc.
No, don't shoot me.
This
Oh,
won't
no,
stop
no,
me.
no, 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 don't, no, no, no. That's not the one. Not, okay. It's fine, I guess.
I can take it. I can take anything you throw at me, bats. You can't.
Can you?
me. I'm actually going to win.
What?
Ready for
No.
the next
We did
round?
not just spray C4 on our fist.
I'll never let you win. Never.
Oh, that is dumb. No, that feels really dumb, guys.
Dad, thank God. I was so worried.
I'm fine, Barbara. The GCPD finally has control of the asylum. Doctors are treating the injured, but it looks like it'll take some time.
All
super criminals are back.
That
in
felt like a
custody.
very lackluster end.
Quite a mess
to
in
me.
there. And the venom-enhanced inmates are returning to normal.
Eh,
Though for some,
Maybe
the
I'm
process can be
off
quite
base here, but
Dad,
that just struck me
I'll
as
survive.
weird.
See you tonight, Barbara. Shame about your car. Can I give you a ride?
Thanks, Jim, but I have one on the way.
Get some rest. You deserve it.
See, what
Stay safe,
I
Jim.
think could have been a more interesting final boss there is maybe Joker kidnaps Gordon and injects him with the Titan Serum, and then I'm forced to fight Gordon. Meanwhile, Joker's like in the background throwing gadgets at me, and I have to like, maybe Gordon in this instance fighting him is invincible, right? And so I just need to subdue him long enough to be able to handle Joker. And then like after the fight's over, I actually fully subdue Gordon in a cutscene, right? Or maybe even have a moment where hulked out Gordon ends up attacking Joker even. Because that just... I don't know, man. That did not feel like a proper ending to this. Yeah, you need to set up the sequel. I get it. You have unlocked the armored batsuit for use in challenge mode. Ooh. What is challenge mode? Ah. Okay, so it's combat challenges. Meh. I don't really care. Go hunt for a few collectibles. Is there a place I can see which maps I've...
No challenge is too great for me. Does Scarecrow's gas break down barriers as it drives you insane?
Which ones do I have is the question. Oh. Okay, now I understand. Okay. So Arkham West, I certainly do not have the map yet. If I were a map, where would I be?
I had a sudden pang of conscience.
Easy enough.
I sought counsel from my priest on the
I'd
choices
really love to have the map.
I asked him if it was a sin to kill in order to save a life. The holy man said all life was sacred, but a judgment would not be upon my soul if I acted to
Map?
save another. I left the confessional with my soul uplifted, convinced more than ever.
Good morning, Still Needs Work. You're playing Alan Wake and you wish you had a map? I can relate.
As well.
Maps are just... At this point, I understand there are people who like open exploration with no guide, right? I don't. I at least want a map for orienting myself. Like, if you don't want to show me objectives based on, like, what type of game you are, fine. However, if you don't give me any map, right, I will probably not enjoy your game. I especially don't like it when I only have a flashlight and a gun with limited ammo. So that I was fine with in Alan Wake. I had no problem with that. Like, I enjoyed that mechanic, to be honest. Only place that it makes sense for there to be stuff is on that rooftop. So I feel like I spent a lot of time over there already. I mean, without the map. So you don't know where to go while you're running while having limited ammo. I don't feel like I ran into that problem in that game. Like, the areas to me felt pretty linear from what I remember, though this was a long time ago that I played it. So, you know, grain of salt and all that. That just goes into the building. Where is it? Okay, what other parts of this could be included? I haven't really explored that rooftop. And I guess I didn't explore the dock very well. Oh, hold on. Am I really stupid? Oh, I think I might be. Because if this is the map, I'm gonna be real mad at myself. Oh my god. There we go. There's all the question marks. Okay, so there's something near me. Huh. This? Oh. Huh. Where are you, Riddler thing? Really feel like it has to be down here. No, I can't lift that. Oh, I have to be able to lift it. There's the trophy. Okay. Oh. Seriously? What? Okie dokie game. Whatever you say. Okay, something behind me. Something right where I am. There you go. So we got two things on that rooftop. Huh. Nice. Also very grim. Oh, I see you. Are you going to try Path of Exile 2? Probably at some point. I don't have any specific plans for it, but probably. So 70%. Awesome. Might be a good game to play to help grow your channel. You're not wrong. Or not wrong. What the heck am I looking for? Find the other two in here first. There's an easy one. And there. Easy. Batman's so strong. I'm still of the opinion, like, and I don't think I'm ever going to be convinced otherwise, that the explosive punch was really stupid at the end. Oh, there we go. Guess I can buy an upgrade. Cool. Now, ooh, this one way over there. One thing this game, it feels like it's missing that I believe they introduced in the later games, is being able to grappling hook while gliding. Like, that feels like a big missed functionality in this. Oh, that was straightforward. Yeah, one thing I've thought about with games like Path of Exile that could be fun is creating a, like, database is probably too generous of a term, but follow me for a second. A database of dum-dum builds. Just builds that, like, you don't have to think to play. I think that could be kind of fun. Guessing it wants me to go up here some. Oh, there it is. Yeah, since a lot of my career has been automating things, oh, the Scarecrow's gas, okay. It comes pretty naturally to me to create builds in games that almost play themselves. Like, by just optimizing the numbers so that you win, right? There's various MMOs that I've designed builds that they're suboptimal, but you're able to play them at like 80% the effectiveness of a regular build. But you only have to push like one button, right? I still need to find more teeth to break. Okay. Where can I find some teeth to break? Thus far, I haven't found those teeth on rooftops. They've never been in any hidden spots. They've always been in, like, commonly traversed paths. Do you normally always play on normal mode for games or a different mode? So, for personal games I'm playing off stream, I will almost always play the highest difficulty. It's just, that's how I play. But I figured for on stream, you guys don't necessarily want to just see me struggling for hours on combat. That was my thinking anyway. So like the God of War games, or the recent God of War games, like did all of those on Give Me God of War and had an absolute blast with them. Do you play on hard mode to struggle with the challenge? Indeed. Can we find some teeth? Part of the map am I currently in? This is still part of West. If there are teeth to find, they will count. Ha ha ha! Yeah! Nice!
I am Edward Nigma, the world's greatest detective.
I guess I can go find the teeth in East while I'm right here. And then we'll get back to work. Hello, crazy person. Good night, crazy person. Hello, other crazy person. Good night, other crazy person. Joker's teeth. Joker's. I'll bet they're in this little hallway. Unless that counts as north. Because I've walked around this place many, many times. Fine. This does still count as east, but no teeth here. Teeth. Has a feel of glowing skeletons in a graveyard? A little bit. A little bit. Okay, where are these stupid teeth? I've gone to all the normal places. Guess they could be on a rooftop. That would be a first. There is a little room here that's still part of the outside. But no teeth. Very sad. Come on. Probably just need to cut this off here because I need to get back to work. But I want to find those stupid teeth. Nope. Where else could they be? Checked in there. I have no idea. Oh. There you are. Much better.
It's the Enigma Show.
Oh. Apparently I'm already done with Arkham North. Got tons of stuff to find in intensive treatment though. And actually, let's check Arkham Mansion.
No challenge is too great for me.
Did pretty good there. So I'm gonna have to find, oh, only 3 more teeth, but that is a big area. Penitentiary did pretty good. Arkham Mansion. Awful. So there is only 1 set of teeth left there. Let me just enter that building so that it'll save. Now we got plenty to find. Hopefully. Wait. Huh. Random red pixel. Alright. But that is way more break than I had planned. Oh. That's a good spot. Alright. So, what are we going to tackle first? Hold on, what was I doing to get that performed? Oh yeah, I turned the physics ticks down. So first of all, character base. Try that again. So I think 30 FPS should be fine. Though it is kind of a cheaty way to get the performance I want. Now let's figure out the stuttering, because that is awful. Yeah, I've basically cut my performance requirements in half by lowering the tick rate. Is not awesome. But the stuttering is a bigger issue. So, stuttering. Fixing jitter, stutter, and input lag. Turns out to be a difference in frame rate. Screen A was trying to achieve highest possible frame rate. Screen B was getting 60 FPS. Experiencing the same issue, and it has really put a halt any usage of Godot 4.2. Still occurs in the build of the project. Very difficult to find anyone who has been able to fix this issue in 4.2.1. Huh. If you have GeForce Experience, check if it is applying VSync on the Godot app. If it isn't, check the NVIDIA control panel. Sure. I don't really have a choice but to accept that, do I? Here's 3D settings. Would be so cool if this was in alphabetical order. 3D application setting. What if I don't have those? Force experience. Well, it doesn't have settings for Godot. So, I'm gonna have it scan, see what we get. Constantly in a very subtle way. I think I'm experiencing both. Stutter may happen due to two different reasons. First, the most obvious one, game not being able to keep full frame rate performance. Solving this is game specific and will require optimization. Second, it's more complicated because it is often not associated to the engine or game, but the underlying operating system. Consider enabling variable refresh rate while leaving VSync enabled. Forcing your graphics card to use the maximum performance profile can also help reduce stuttering. Let's limit our search to the last year, I guess. Going to require some investigation. Try enabling profiler. Profiler would be useful for me anyway. Stuttering happens when I set the window mode to exclusive full screen. I'm on full screen right now. What happens if I do exclusive full screen? Huh. So far, I'm not seeing any stutter. Oh, nope, there's stutter. Ooh, okay. Hmm. Come on. Oh. Oh, the stuttering is performance related. Yep, because it didn't pick up until I had more enemies on screen. And I'm wondering, is it because of all of the wonder if it's because of the finding nearest player updates. But it seems to be more prevalent when there's enemies on screen. Like, I'm not noticing a stutter right now. So, yeah, it's when there's enemies on screen. Whoa. That's ugly. Okay. Goes stuttering with many enemies on screen. Trigger when they go into their attacking state and start the attack animation. I've seen people run instantly. Hundreds of animated characters with no at all. Worth a shot to try giving them a simple capsule or cylinder shape. Yeah. This happens in every game, and they use VSync, especially in editor debug mode. An exported game will be less likely to have the problem due to more optimizations being turned on. Also disable VSync. Problem disappear. Disabled. Let's see what happens. Well, the stuttering within GeForce Experience didn't happen. That's good. Okay, I guess that was it. Alright. Well, if it's just going to be a VSync thing, and if, based on my game, it seems like VSync wasn't actually doing anything, I guess I'll be fine without it. Use stopgap measure, bring down physics tick rate 30 second. May want start this later on. And I'm curious if, with VSync off, what happens if I bring the physics tick back up to 60? What happens with the performance? Interesting. We still don't get up to the magical 430. But falling off around 350 is still a lot better. Like, this is dramatically better. Okay. Seems to be resolved by disabling. I'm gonna call that done. Because while I could probably try to optimize something or fix something to make that work, if just turning VSync off removes that problem, probably fine. And now back to the problem that I have no idea how to solve. No earthly idea. Excuse me. Let's see. So, one option. I am thinking about making that shadow bigger. The problem I'm trying to, so first problem that I worked on and have resolved was the stuttering that we saw with GeForce Experience, and it seems to be related entirely to VSync. So we'll have to keep an eye out for screen tearing, because that could be a big problem. But assuming that doesn't show up, we've sort of buried that issue. Another issue is general performance degradation as we've added new features. And I also buried that one by just reducing the physics tick. The performance in the game seems to be about the same. Like, I'm not noticing the lowered physics tick, so it should be fine. We're not doing like super fast or highly precise physics stuff, so I should be safe. Now, I need to figure out how to put some noise in these pixels, because this is just too smooth of a gradient. It doesn't look right. Like, it looks like it's from a different game. Because you look at the player character next to that slime, they do not strike me as being from the same game. It's kind of weird looking. But if I can introduce some noise to it, the same way I did for, where are you? this guy. Not, please ignore this specific node. But you'll notice the textures when I actually run the game look a little bit dirtier. That helps the character feel like it belongs on this scene more. What does the slime look like in there? Let's put the slime here. I should probably brighten up the player character a bit, just so it matches the aesthetic better. So you see how the slime just, to me, it doesn't look like it matches the art style at all. And part of it could be the outline I'm putting on it. Might be too pronounced of an effect, or maybe I shouldn't have it at all. I could try... The funny thing is, the outline on the player character is actually way more pronounced than the slime. The difference is I just don't have it darkened. So all it does is make the character more chibi-like. The effect works shockingly well. Right. Modulate. Like something. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Let's just try the really, really stupid way of solving this. That almost certainly will not have the effect I want it to have. But let's try it. Texture rectangle. Blue. New noise texture. Where is that thing? Blurring? No. Visibility, there we go. See, I need what? Do 0.8 maybe? Okay. Let's do 1. This. Okay, so that gives it some roughness. Probably more pronounced than I want, but... So this is the dumb way of doing it. Notice how the texture kind of just stays the same. What does it look like on the other background? It's going to be very similar. But I can't have the slime moving around on this one. Like I'd have to put more stuff in for that to happen. It almost looks like I'm applying a filter on top of the whole thing now because of that. I don't like that. Also, not sure why it's getting darker when he hops up. It's a little weird. the noise is moving. Well, that's not true. The noise is staying in the same spot, but you'll notice the slime is moving up. So, what if I do it with a shader? Ugh. Yeah, this technique is just bad. I knew that going in, but like, it's worth testing because of how quick and easy that was to test. It's fine. New shader material, let's talk. Static noise. Oh yeah, this was the like weird effect I was testing. But time for all that to go away. That's kind of cool. There we go. That is 9 to 8, 3712. Okay, that's better. So that is the new effect. It's a little weird, but I don't hate it. So what do you think, chat? I could try to reduce the overall effect. Not enough noise, maybe? I was suggesting maybe it's too much. Because, like, I can turn it up, right? That's easy. I'm not sure that's gonna have the effect you want it to, though. No, lol. I agree. Let's take it down to about there, I think. Actually, since I'm scaling it up, do I need to double each of these? 1856. I think I might need to, for the effect I'm going for. I'm going to have to implement this in a completely different way later, but this will at least let me see what's going on. That doubled is 7424. Okay. I'm happier with it. I think the color itself might be off, but the noise effect is a lot better. I think I should maybe something like that, maybe even more. Let's see it. Ah, that makes sense. honestly, it doesn't look that much brighter. Like, this is super bright, right? It didn't look that much brighter here. Why is that? Something's off. Let me do a test that should be really, really obvious. There. That should be very obvious that it has changed. Right? That's not changed. Why? This is using that environment? I don't believe so. Maybe? Oh, it is, but they've done... Oh. I should consider doing what they're doing here. I like the effect they got with this. Hold on, let me show it on stream. So, yeah, what they've done is stretched out the tiles horizontally to give it a tilted perspective. And let me see, have they also skewed them? So is this a 3D game? Yes. Yes, it is. This is not a 2D game. Aha! Ha, ha. Look back here. It's not that they've stretched or skewed anything. It's... This uses cubes, like Minecraft. That's what's happening here. Like, if you look at this back section, you can notice that these wall tiles are on a cube. You can see it right here. That's a neat effect. So they used a combination of 3D and 2D? No, I think it's... well, so what do you mean combination of 3D and 2D? Hey there, Soul Warding. Yes, you are here early. So, depending on what you mean by art, there's no such thing as 3D art. The trees are not 3D, that's not true. So, what's happening here is you have, I'm guessing, a cube for each of these trees, but only one surface of the cube has a sprite on it. The rest is just invisible. And they almost certainly did the same thing for each of the enemies and character. Almost certainly that's how they did this. very smartly done. That said, I can almost guarantee that my game would not work in a 3D space because I wouldn't be able to get the performance I want. I wonder if I can reduce the physics tick rate for specific nodes. But more importantly, I want to know how to get that to display over here. Because I'm not liking the fact that I make a change over there and it's not reflected. That's really not good. Yeah. That's not good. Okay, I'm not touching the modulate there. What the heck? But yeah, just to be clear, the assets here, the trees specifically, and the grass too, it looks like what they're doing is placing the tree on a either 2D plane in a 3D space, or they're just placing it on like one surface of a cube. But this does give me an interesting idea of something I could do with my tile maps. Let me just run that test real quick. Can we look up the game and try it out? Could. So I'm not sure it would show me anything beyond what I've seen. And I want to try something. Oh, Matt. Transfer. Scale. So it kind of works for the ground, the effect I'm going for. Does not work for the trees. The bush and rock are fine because, you know, whatever. Hold on. Something's off. Oh, the noise isn't getting applied down here. That's easy enough to fix later. How goes the day? All right. Game isn't on stream? I'm aware. I'm not looking it up. Trying to work on my game. I'm curious. What if I also try to apply a skew to it? I think I might use this. Huh. Yeah, today's been mostly fixing various bugs with Godot in my game. So I wouldn't want to apply this effect on the trees. I know that much. I wouldn't apply it here. And the skew definitely should not be applied to walls like this. Feels like Chrono Trigger did something similar to you by adding some type of noise. Maybe. Oh no, I can tell you for sure, just at a glance, even at this scale, they are not applying noise. Yeah, no. Notice how smooth the sprites are. Yeah, there's definitely not noise being applied. I mean, in the background, they might have. Actually, I can tell you with almost complete certainty that they did not apply noise the way I'm doing it. Because notice that the tiles, if you find two of the same tile, they are identical. So like you take this little piece here, compare it to this piece over here, they are identical. Or I guess these two, right? And these two, like, as you go down this edge, they are identical. You know, the textures are just made to look noisy. And I'm sure if I really looked in the grass patches, I would probably find repetition. So like, this section here matches this section exactly. Whereas what I'm doing is applying texture or applying noise over the full screen basically. So you're never going to find two tiles that are exactly the same. It just won't happen. try a different transform. What about just you? What kind of look do I get? I kind of like the look for the grass. Kind of really like it. The question though is, can I layer something on top of it that's not skewed and have it still look okay? And I know we're getting way, way off track of what I'm meant to be working on today. But I kind of want to try this. File map. Over there. I'll just make... Actually, let me just duplicate that. Yeah. Transform. Boop. And why are you not going away? I want to erase you. Why aren't you erasing? You know what? There's probably an easier way to do this. There we go. Number 2. Play area. Oh, right. Layer 1. The grass is wrong. So the only way I'd be able to do this, the way I'm picturing, is I'd have to modify this asset. But I think that looks really freaking good. I might want to shift the shadow a little bit, or maybe reduce the skew on this other one to match the shadow. See that. Bro. Bro, that looks so good. Like, I'll want to touch up the grass around here. Basically just crop this out. But that looks really nice. Dude. I'm really excited about that. Sorry, I'm just like gushing over how that looks, and I've just like accidentally stumbled into this. Yeah, I think I will want to tone down the outline. The noise effect I'm happy with. Only question I have is how bad is the performance gonna be? I'm kind of afraid that adding all those noise textures is going to tank the performance. Especially if I try to randomize. Oh, right, I'm not gonna get a real test. Oh. Oh yeah, that tanked the performance. Big time. Wow. Okay. So I will have to figure out a different way to do that. So, assets, originals, noise, there. Ugh. I can resize it. So resize texture and file. Ooh. Hold on. Hold on. I've got another maybe interesting idea to do how to do this. What if Ooh, this could work. Add child node. I want a texture rectangle. It's gonna be invisible. We're gonna load. Assets. Original. Bro. We'll just use 2 examples for. Okay. Quick load. Noise 1. Okay. Now, I want them to tile transform size. I need to make them, I think, twice the size of the sprite texture. Same way I did before. Yep. That's the way to do it. But that's going to be 1856 7424. Oh yeah. Now, in the ready function, do this. Right. Dot. Material. Dot. How do I set that? So set shader param and how do? For anyone looking for the solution, this is what works for this specific node and shader parameter. Title screen Okay, you have a node named shader, so ignore that part. Dot material dot set. Your material. Oh. Oh, no. Gross. I don't think you need to do this way, but fine. Set fader parameter. Fade map is right dot material as fader material. Fade map dot set fader parameter always one. And this is going to be an image, I think. Might be a texture image. We'll have to see. Var noise 1 is texture rectangle. My script, my dev tools has the line I need. Builds dev tool. Here. Oh, it's just literally just get image. Gives you the image. Okay, let's see if it works. Maybe. Non-existent function get image in base texture rect. What if I just do it with a sprite? I don't have all of this stuff for tiling. That doesn't work. So get image of texture rec. Look again. Also don't have to do that, yeah. All method convert. So I'm pretty sure this is not going to get the tiled image. It's me asking if your color rectangle has an actual texture file. Fast noise light doesn't use an image file. Here's a code that runs for me. Get image, resize, vert. I don't think this will work, but I'll try it. Like, I'm pretty sure this won't do what I want it, but we're gonna try it. Well, apparently it's not doing anything. So first of all, stop. It didn't crash though, so that's something. Let's turn the noise strength all the way up so that it's going to be really obvious if it's happening. And as a test, I'm going to set an invalid value here and just see what the engine does. Because I want it to explode when I do this. That's not exploding. Okay. That's not ideal. How do I set a sampler 2D? Do set shader param sampler 2D trying to set a sampler 2D parameter on a mesh material created using. I'm not using the rendering server function. Have a simple shader that you see. Better to code offset manually inside shader. have this. Yeah. Table. There we go. Note, RAM is case sensitive. That's fine. Must match the name of the uniform exactly, not the capitalized name. Good. I'm so close to what I want this to do. So close. So, how to set a sampler to the by code. CDs. Maybe I can get that pipe in here. Maybe. Yeah. So, what is sampler 2D? Reference to a 2D texture. Alright. I'm assuming if I do this, it's not gonna work. At least not the way I want. But let's see. Yeah, not the way I want it to work. Because it's not the resized version. It's crazy looking. Indeed. Also not what I want. Why can't this just be simple? So, get rendered image. Of node. Nope. I think I might just have to figure something out on my own for this. So I definitely don't want the texture. Does draw return something? Texture. What functions you got for me? Nothing? Nothing. Great. Okay. You inherit control canvas item node. What do I have here? Question. Do create after image of a node. That's gotta be something someone's asked about, right? Most people do that. We can create a little scene instead of just a sprite. Oh, ignore that. That just means I'm shadow banned on Reddit. Because apparently I'm a terrible person and I am now in Reddit jail. I can't ignore it. Well, that's too bad. How long are you in jail for? Seemingly forever, because I wasn't even told I was put in Reddit jail. I had to find out myself. And what crimes did I commit, you ask? Well, I put in really thoughtful comments trying to help people out. And that was bad. Why couldn't they send an email? Great question. Fantastic question. I even wrote some code to help people out, but no one can see it. Reddit stinks? I agree. And I think I've been unshadow banned from Twitter. They just didn't tell me. So if I didn't proactively check, I would have been shadow banned again for inactivity. Do find a person for Reddit. Hey there, Q-Pix. Oh. Social media is the worst. I hate it. Anyway. Actually, if I want full animation, you can fiddle with the particle 2D property. Yeah. That still works off of a sprite, which means it won't work for what I'm doing. Help! I have to use pre-rendered assets. That's not even a question. And all of this stuff is going to be based off of Sprite, so this search is useless to me. If I use anything for understanding code, it's Stack Exchange. Yeah, but I'm trying to advertise my company. Like, the goal of this is to advertise my company. I just have to work up to that point on Reddit. Like, advertise the company, advertise streams, hopefully get more viewers and whatnots. Because I feel like we've got a pretty unique space here for diving into code problems, right? And learning programming stuffs. How else can I ask this? Correct. Get filed. Get resized. What's a bachelor thesis? No, seriously, what's a bachelor thesis? I've never heard of this. Bachelor's thesis is a written research project or long essay that is a requirement for a bachelor's degree. That was not a thing where I went to school. There was a master's thesis and a doctoral thesis, but we didn't have bachelor's thesis. Huh. Alright, I learned something new today. Some programs and or schools have a bachelor's thesis. I have 2 classes that are project classes, so I wonder if that's kind of the same thing. I had a project class like what you're describing, but I don't think it serves the same purpose as a bachelor's thesis. So Cupix, do you have to do a thesis defense for your bachelor's thesis? I know that was standard practice for the master's and doctoral thesis stuff that people did at my school. Highway scale, a texture, rectangle, and code. How do I get the displayed size of a stretched text? So how to tile a texture in a shader? Apply the UV by number to increase or decrease the texture's coverage. Maybe that'll work. What Google says about our projects, they both follow a similar basic format and represent a scholarly effort of high quality. However, practice-based programs can use a capstone project to emphasize preparation of the student for professional practice. In contrast, a thesis is an academic-focused research project with broader applicability. Okay, so I guess I did have the practice-based program, at least for one of my degrees. The other degree, we didn't have anything, as far as I know. Then again, maybe my project, like my practice-based program from one degree counted for the other. I don't know. Then again, I don't know what you would do for that in a mathematics program. Like, one of my degrees is mathematics. So what would I have done for that? Anyway, what was I doing again? If I multiply the UV, it's not going to repeat. But I'll try it. Let's just comment all that out because I'm not using that right now. Quick load, noise. Have a random one. Save. Okay. I'm getting an effect I don't like, which is fine. Now, what if I do... that? Oh. Oops. What was your master thesis about, Dum Dum? I don't have a master's. And I never did a master's thesis. I have 2 bachelor's degrees. And that was plenty for me. Nope. I've talked a little bit today about master's thesis as a concept, but no, I never did one. Only thing I ever did was the practice-based program. We had one semester where we had like a formal lab thing. What was your non-mass bachelor project about? So, we actually did 3 different projects in that semester. And one of them, we presented our research and had to defend it. All of the, professors from the department would gather together and watch our presentations, and then they'd try to pick our research apart. And dear God, was I nervous. I've gotten a lot better at the whole speaking thing by doing Twitch, but at the time, the fear just gripped me so hard, and I blacked out. Apparently it went well, but I could not tell you anything that happened. I was 2 sentences in, and then I was on autopilot, right? There was no conscious thought happening, as far as I was concerned. It was just happening. And to this day, I could not tell you what I said. I could not tell you what questions were asked of me. But I'm told that it went okay. Aha. Okay. But I'm gonna run into a problem with this, because you see all this white space over here? That's gonna mess things up. How do I make it tile? Ah, I think I know. I think I need... Anime moves in a nutshell. You don't know how you defeated the end boss, but somehow you did. Somehow. I had this speech once, and there was this poor guy that when he talked, he would keep flipping his shirt up and got nicknamed the Flasher. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I think the only thing you can say to that is big oof. Okay. So, hold on here. Why would the modulate not be carrying over? Because I've got this shadow scene, and if I recall correctly, it has a modulate, right? No modulate there. No modulate there. What? Oh, I did it different. Do modulate, not affecting consistency. Solution did not immediately work for me. To fix things, I also had to add a one game loop delay between holds. Not the same issue. Oh. Wait. Oh, I know what the problem is. I know exactly what the problem is. Hey chat, can you think of what might be causing the problem? No, the problem is not in fact 42. Hey chat, do you know what the problem is now? Here's the hint. I've highlighted the problem. I'm overwriting the modulate that I'm trying to set. So I'm trying to change the color with modulate. But in code, I set the modulate programmatically every time the health changes. But here's an easy way to fix this. Copy, reset, paste. So it keeps reverting back? Indeed. But if I use self-modulate, the two should just multiply together. There we go. Now they look all awful. Isn't it great? Ooh. Okay, so the answer is I am definitely going to do this with a shader. And I need to somehow get the dimensions of the sprite sheet into the shader. That should be easy, right? Because ints are ints are ints. What do you guys think about this question as a thesis topic? Can AI technologies be used for the dynamic and immersive design of procedural, non-linear stories in video games? I feel like that's too basic of a question for a thesis. Because the way I would respond to you is, if you ask me that question, is yes. Like, the answer is just, in my mind, obviously yes. Figuring out how to do it is a different question. But the question of, can you do what you're asking about? Certainly. There is the technical capability to do what you're describing. And you could, like, and the way to answer that question, right, is just boil it down to the basics. So, I have two options I may want to present to the player. I ask the AI which of the two options to display to the player, and then I display the one it says. So I think you need a more involved question than that. I think it's a useful question to answer. For nonlinear stories, it needs to remember choices that happened before. So ChatGPT does that. It's not great at it, but it does do that. What? Why? Why would you undo my changes? So rude. All right. Right. And honestly, the outline being lightened up kind of, at least partially, fixes the problem I had with the art style. Probably should still reduce it in width, but... Interesting. I asked my prof the same question, and his response was that the implementation is way less important than answering if you can do it. And while you could answer yes or no, you should then ask yourself, why don't more games use AI for this question? We get into a more defined yes or no answer that evaluates the technologies used and player feedback through tests. I'm sorry, your professor is just wrong. Because it is all an implementation question. So the reason why it's not used is because AI is too slow right now. That's the only reason it's not used. Developers are actively trying to figure out ways to do exactly what's described there. And it is strictly a technological limitation that will be overcome with time. I'm sorry, but yes, your professor is just straight up wrong there. Player feedback through tests like the game engagement questionnaire, which then turn out to be way more interesting, a topic which many papers have been written on. Yeah, no. I think one issue is because of patents. So for instance, in that AI that was used for the enemies in Shed of Mordor. So let's make sure we're not conflating two different definitions of AI, right? We're not talking about enemy behavior when we say AI right now. We're talking about artificial intelligence, meaning things like ChatGPT. Interesting in general. So you say that the acceptance of players for AI during content is currently already good enough. Didn't say that. To me, it always seems players still dislike AI as it isn't yet as immersive and emotional as handwritten text yet. I agree. But strictly the question of, can it be done, which is the question you posed, answer is obviously yes, it has been done. Which is something the question tackles as well. But it could be a case that something that the storytelling through AI could be patented. At least in the United States, you'd have a really hard time doing that at this stage. Because you'd be effectively patenting AI. And I don't see that happening. And the question of can you do it versus why do players dislike it, I would state definitively those are not the same question, right? So the question of can it be done does not in any way suggest tackling the problem of why don't players like it, right? Those are two very different questions. And I would caution you to not trust anyone that would conflate the two. Now, the question of why is the current use of AI seen as bad or is bad in terms of player acceptance, that I think is a much more interesting and useful thesis question. I think you've now dug into something that's actually important, right? Here's let me give you a similar type of question and why it wouldn't be a good thesis question, and then pose to you an alternate question in the same vein that would be a good one. So imagine asking the question, can you make a game in Godot? Well, that doesn't seem like a useful thesis question, right? Because there already have been people who have made games in Godot. So why is this relevant? Like, there's no question, there's no answer that you could possibly give to that question that would tell anyone any more than doing a Google search for games that exist using the Godot engine. Alternatively, you have a question like, should a new developer build their game using Godot as opposed to Unreal, right? There's a whole bunch of things you can go into, right? But any question that can be answered strictly as yes, no, or more directly, there's already been an example in the real world that proves the answer is yes. It seems like your argument is based on you can answer the question with yes and no, and thus determine it's bad. So instead, you would rephrase the question into the read with implicit stuff outside the overarching question. Even if the yes and no are more defined absent user feedback. So it's the question of yes or no can still be an interesting thesis question in general, right? But if you have a real world example that proves the answer is yes, then your entire article, like your entire thesis, should just be 2 sentences, right? Maybe even just 1 sentence. There is this example of this thing happening, therefore the answer is yes, right? There's nothing to prove there. There's nothing to establish. It's done, right? Now the question of, is it a good approach? What are the pitfalls of using that approach? Those are a different question than just yes or no. So you see yes or no questions in thesis statements, or thesis, or I should just say in theses in physics all the time, right? But the reason you have those yes or no questions in a thesis is because it's not known whether the answer is yes or no. In the case of, can you use AI to generate a story? Well, it's been done, right? It's no longer a theory, like the real thing exists in the world, so why are you even asking the question in the form of, like, in that context? So what about we add, can AI technologies be used for the okay, so first off, strip out all of the extraneous adjectives, right? Dynamic and immersive design of procedural, non-linear stories in video games. Like, you don't need all of that extra because it doesn't add anything to the complexity of the question you're asking. So the question of, can it be used to create stories in video games, right? That's your question there. An evaluative analysis of technical performance features and player experiences. I still think that your question there is a poor one to frame it all around. Like, you're asking one question and then in the next sentence saying, but I'm going to analyze a whole bunch of stuff that is not the question I've posed, right? So why would you be less precise with the question? It's not about being less precise. Immersive is a well-defined term used in games and tests to evaluate games. I agree, it is a well-defined term, but it does not change the question materially, right? So the question, can you use AI to create stories? Versus the question, can you use AI to create immersive stories? Those are not different questions, right? The only difference between them is in implementation. Like, you could be asking the question, can you use current day AI technologies to create immersive stories? There you have a more interesting question, right? But the question of AI technologies in general, can they be used to make an immersive story? The answer is absolutely yes. There will come a time, and it's already happening within script writing for like Hollywood and TV. It's already happening that AI is producing scripts that are as good or better than human-made scripts and have well thought out storylines. I think one problem of getting really specific in detail is that finding information on that specific detail might be difficult. I don't agree. Well, but it does. There's a huge difference between AI generating stories and AI generating immersive stories, because one involves user acceptance, as users will but so the reason I say it's not a distinction is because it's all subject to future development, right? And it's like the question of can it happen is an absolute, right? But you're measuring it based on opinions. Like, you have two different types of data you're trying to comport together, right? And I would argue that if there is a person who finds a story written by an AI to be immersive, then the answer of can AI be used to do it, the answer becomes yes, trivially so. Further, it's not just can current AI, because that's not your question. You asked, can AI technologies in general be used that way? Well, in one sense, you can't answer that question right now, right? Because 5 years from now, someone develops a new AI that does what you're describing. Okay, well, the answer is yes, AI technology can be used to do that, right? So there are specific areas where you can make your question more specific, like specifically targeting current AI technologies. So you would be more precise in how I define the AI technology, but less precise in what field I want to test it. I'm not saying don't be precise in what you want to test. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that how precise you are in what field you want to test does not help you determine how good the question is as a thesis question. So when you're at the phase that you're at right now, where you're just determining what is my thesis question, right? You need to be asking, is there a way for me to answer this? One, is it even possible to answer the way I've asked it? Two, is it a trivially answered thing by an example that exists in the world today? Right? Just a second, I need to turn the light on. So let's get some notes. That's not the notepad I want. That's a note. Running notes. So make it nice and big. Can AI be used to write stories? Can AI be used to write immersive stories? The question here is, there's two issues with both of these questions, and the issues are why I think they're not different. So, first is, both of these do not limit the scope of AI technology, right? And even if I put technologies here, it doesn't change it. So, your question here is asking, the concept of AI technology, can it do these things, right? Well, one, you can't answer it because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now, maybe. The best answer here that you could possibly come up with is maybe. Unless you can find an example of this happening today. Like this first one, we already have an example. Like this has happened. You can go play a mock D&D session with ChatGPT right now. Can AI technologies be used to write immersive stories? Well, one, I would argue this has already happened. You have to define immersive, right? Because immersion is a matter of degrees. But it still has the same problem of, is immersive subjective? So when you and I are talking about how immersive an individual game is, yes, it is subjective. However, in the context of what Cupix is looking into, he's going to have to define it in a way that is objective, which is fine. Various studies do this all the time, and I'm not even going to get into how he would do that because I'm sure he will be much better at it than I would ever be, because this is his field of study, right? So assuming immersive is an objective thing, maybe define it with a matrix? I don't understand. I don't know what you mean. So give the qualitative attributes numbers to measure by. Yes, that is how you do that in practice. And typically the way this is done in studies is you'll give a whole bunch of test subjects a questionnaire, and you'll ask them, how immersive was this on a scale of 1 to 5? 1 to 5 is generally the best way to get reliable measures of something like that. You're still measuring something that is subjective, but by aggregating scores over a large enough sample size, it becomes usable as an objective measure. Or at the very least, it becomes a general measure, right? But back to what I was saying about the problem with these questions is you haven't limited the scope at all. And by not limiting the scope, unless the only answers that are possible to give this, you cannot say no. The option of no is already gone based on the framing of these questions, because you don't have a time machine, you can't go into the future, you cannot say, oh, yet know that it will never be possible to do this. So you can't answer that. You could answer yes if an example exists today. You could answer maybe, because you're leaving it open to the possibility of future advancements making it possible to either of these. And that's why I say, in terms of how good of a question they are, these are identical in my mind. Now, how can I change this question minimally to make it a question that is able to be investigated properly? Can current AI technologies be used to write stories? Okay. Is this a question I can answer? Yes. There is a specific scope of things I would need to investigate to determine yes or no on it, right? Now, this is going to be a really boring thesis, but it's still at least a valid one. Because the whole investigation is, I went on to ChatGPT, I asked it to write me a story, it wrote me a story, the end. You have now proven the answer is yes. Now, can current AI technologies be used to write immersive stories? Now you come up to something that's more interesting. Because now you have a limited scope, so it is something that you can answer. And when I say limited scope, I don't mean that you're picking a small subset of things. Like, the limited scope could be tens of millions of things you need to investigate, right? I strictly mean it's not infinite. And so these previous questions, the way they're phrased, your possibilities are infinite because it goes into the future forever. Oh boy, wall of text. I don't know, man. I agree to disagree on this. I see why you dislike the question, but it's fully based on how you as a person approach it. And your approach is, yes, you can, done and dusted. Instead, there is so much potential to get a very distinctive and defined answer, and no, it is not as simple as yes or no, because there are both technological experiences and user feedback to evaluate this context, and no evaluating these is not no opposed to the question itself. You said to consider when asking why isn't it used yet in games. Is it technology based on user 2? So for what fields can it be applied at the moment? And again, I do see why you would rephrase the question, so the question already hints at the mentioned evaluations and follow-up questions. Then it is, as I said before, simply a matter of preference on whether you would like to have a generalized head question, follow up with a more defined look at it, or if you want to start right off that with a more limited question. So I guess my question to you is, what is the purpose of a thesis question? Is it meant to be the first question you ask yourself and it has no idea where you're going to end up at? Or is a thesis question meant to essentially be a title of an article? In my experience, a thesis question is the title of an article. You have a whole realm of things you want to study, and the thesis question is written to be a headline saying, here's what I'm going to investigate, right? And in my mind, if your question is, can AI technologies be used to write immersive stories? There's nowhere to go from this question, right? Because even if it doesn't exist today, it might exist in 20 years. So what exactly are you going to investigate to figure this answer out? Unless you're planning to speculate on what the advances in AI technology are going to be over the next 20 years, I don't think you can even begin to investigate that. The question helps set the direction for your research. It provides the main idea that your thesis will address. Right. But the main idea that you are trying to address is not this. By your own admission, right? You aren't going to be answering yes or no to this. You're trying to answer is, why is it not effective? That's a much better question. You're not asking the question, can it be done? You're asking the question, how is it done? Why is it not done more? Right? Those are very different questions. And if I'm looking at an article, right, and the headline is, can AI technology, let's just go basic here. Like, I'm looking at headlines on articles. One says, can AI technology be used to write stories? I'm not going to look into it because based on that description, there's nothing that article could possibly tell me that I don't already know. However, if the question posed is instead, can current AI technologies be used to write immersive stories? I am going to want to look into that, because that's asking a question that I can't trivially answer. That's asking a question that has something worth investigating. My whole point is, you've set a question for yourself that is like, you're saying you want it to be a jumping off point, right? But that's not what a thesis question should be at its core. It is not, I've asked this question, and then while investigating that, I also asked all of these more interesting questions that I'm going to talk about. That's not the point of a thesis question. It is, here is what I want to investigate, and if there are smaller pieces of that question or smaller sub-questions to it that are interesting to talk about, I'm also going to mention those. But it's still under the curtain of my thesis question. Does that make sense? Or am I just talking nonsense at this point? I would argue that this question is not under the umbrella of this question. But then shouldn't we define main idea? Because your response to the main idea was, question isn't the main idea and point to a subpart. Okay, hold on. I'm having trouble with this one. So then shouldn't we define the main idea? Because your response to main idea was, but the question isn't the main idea and point to a subpart of the question saying that's your main core. Instead, you look at the question and say, that's the main topic. Now we talk about the sub-questions that emerge from it. So how is it not the main question? So my whole point is, the question down here of, can current AI technologies be used to write immersive stories, is not under this umbrella of, can AI technologies be used to write stories? It doesn't follow, right? The whole point of a sub-question or a sub-part is, it's a finer point within the umbrella that you want to analyze, right? Whereas this question can be answered before you ever even ask this question. You can always break a question down further. That's definitely untrue. You cannot always break a question down further, because this question down here, let me just number them so I can reference them easier. So question 4 is not a breaking down of question 1 in any way, right? The question 1 is it theoretically possible for this methodology to be applied in this way? Well, it is strictly a theoretical question. There is no question of practice in there whatsoever, right? And there's, like, no matter how many times you break apart that theoretically based question, all of its pieces are always going to be theoretical. there's no point of breaking that down that I'm somehow going to get to practical application. However, this question down here, question 4, can current AI technology, I've already given it something concrete. It's no longer theoretical. There's something to be measured, right? The question of, can it be used, this theoretical thing be used in this theoretical way at all? But question 4 can be answered yes or no too. So isn't that against your own statement? Nope. I never wanted, so if at any point I've conveyed that yes or no questions are bad thesis questions, I apologize. That was not my intention. The whole point here is that this thesis question of 1 is purely theoretical, and it's a yes-no. So a theoretical question paired with a yes or no, unless you're planning to hypothesize on the possibility of AI technology ever being used in this way, you can never say no, right? I'm assuming you're not trying to analyze the ultimate end of AI technology, right? I'm assuming that's not your goal. So all I do is add current and it's not theoretical anymore. Yes. Correct, 100%. Now, current is not the only way you could make it concrete. There's a whole bunch of ways you could make it concrete. Maybe you could have just said that an hour ago. I kind of was hoping you'd want to understand the reasoning, because I think this is hugely important in how people tackle questions. And for anyone watching, I'm not just talking about theses here. I'm talking just in general, when you're trying to ask a question and answer it. These are the things you need to consider, right? So whenever someone asks me, can you do X? Well, the answer almost always is yes. There is almost nothing that I can't do. Obviously within reason. But that's not an interesting question, right? The question of, can I go to the moon? Obviously, yes. That is a physical possibility. It's about defining the problem properly, right? Yes, indeed. And for something like a thesis, you need to define it in a way that it is worth exploring. Can I just say current was always implied and I win? Not if we're speaking in English. Sorry, Cupix, but no, that is not implied. Especially when you're talking about a thesis question, because theses will often be framed around theoreticals. So, a very interesting thesis question could be, can AI technologies be used to write immersive stories? There is an interesting question there, but one that I don't think you're prepared to answer. Because you can't do a study. There's no way question 2 can be answered with a study. The only way to analyze this is to theorize what the possible limits are on AI technology as a concept. Like, you'd have to create some speculation as to what AI is going to exist in 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, right? And I don't think that's the question you want to ask. And oh boy, did this go on longer than I planned. Woo! So now that we define current, my original question, a thing that can be answered in a meaningful way. Cupix, could you retype your question in chat with current included? I'd like to see how you would phrase that question now, because I still suspect that it can be improved. Can current AI technologies be used for dynamic and immersive design of procedural, non-linear stories in video games? I think you can simplify that. First of all, procedural and non-linear are redundant. Because if something is procedurally generated, it is necessarily non-linear. Even if the path the player goes on is linear, the game itself is non-linear because the next time you play it, it's going to be different, assuming it's procedural, right? So I don't think non-linear is necessary in that. And now we're just getting down to the argument of succinctness. The question you asked me of, is it a good question? Yes. Now I'm just seeing if we can make it more succinct and better phrased, right? Can current AI technologies be used for the dynamic and immersive design? So, I guess I would ask you, are you planning to tackle all of those facets individually? Like, I think you could make your thesis question a bit more general than what you've made it here, and then still dive into these aspects without predefining that you plan to answer all of that in unison, right? So, new question. Let me just copy that. Game that has a linear story without options for branching paths can very much be procedurally generated each time. How? How is it procedural if that's the case? I'm not saying you're wrong. I want to understand, because as far as my understanding of non-linear, or linear and procedural, something that is linear cannot be procedurally generated. Like, they are unless it is procedurally generating the same thing every time, which is not what people mean by procedurally generated, I think it's baked into that word. And even if the resulting thing that's generated doesn't have branching paths, that doesn't mean that the game itself is linear, right? So let me draw a diagram. So let's say I have a starting point with a seed, right? And it procedurally generates a linear path, right? The next time it runs, it generates a different path. And maybe it joins up, sometimes maybe it doesn't, right? And the next time it runs, it has an even different path. And let's say it converges on this one briefly and blah, 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 right? When I think procedurally, I kind of think like a starting point, like how a map is procedurally generated differently each time. Yes, I agree. So even if the story being generated within, hold on, you did specifically say stories. Okay, I misinterpreted the question there. Fair, very fair. Let me reinterpret and see if I still disagree or if I agree. So, we've got a game that generates a different story every time you play it. But each of those stories is linear. I agree there is a distinction. I think a good example is the Darkest Dungeon map generation. You have a procedurally generated map, you have different paths to left and right you can take. This is non-linear and also procedural. Okay, now we generate a same map, but only one path to follow. I agree. I still don't know that I think that word is necessary within the question. Like, I'm not sure it adds a whole lot to it, right? Used. Can current AI technology be used for the dynamic and immersive design of procedural non-linear? I don't see this as being that important to add here. Problem is for it will be the immersive quality. So I don't disagree, still needs work, but I think Cupix wants to delve into something different than just that. Whether AI can generate good branching stories should be a huge question, though. Branching adds a whole lot of complexity that needs to be considered. I agree. I think that you might be adding too much work for yourself with that question. That's my initial thought here. So, if you're going to answer this question, right? By the question besides the current formulated this precisely. So, I honestly think it's asking too much at once. So, and I'd also, let's just start going left to right. What does dynamic mean? What is dynamic modifying in this sentence? Because it's kind of thrown out here early on in the sentence. And are we talking about dynamic design? Are we talking dynamic stories? What is dynamic here? It describes the ability to adapt content such as dialogue, storylines, or events flexibly and in real time to the player's decisions. Dynamic design. I think you could use a better... So, I think this question is now expanding to way, way more than I even thought it was. Because there's sort of a bunch of different questions that have all been merged into one question really awkwardly in my mind. So one question that's being asked is responsiveness to player, right? That's one question that's being asked here. Immersive design is another question being asked here. We are also asking the question, procedural generation. Can that be done? Because it's not trivially true that it can't, right? And finally, non-linear stories. So we've awkwardly combined 4 questions into one, as far as I can tell. And there may be more questions here that I haven't thought of, right? Can AI do well for XYZ, which is your approach? Or you can also see it as, can AI do well under X? You have dynamic dialogues, and you would likely have dynamic character design, which I think is difficult. Okay, you're branching off from the point I'm trying to make. I think you can phrase a better general question that then prompts you within the thesis to ask these other questions. So instead of asking, can AI technologies be used for XYZ, right? Instead, ask something like, can current AI technologies be used to generate dynamic and immersive stories? Right? I think that might hit everything. Like, I think this question hits everything you want to hit in the original question, while being less wordy and more intelligible by general audiences. Like, there's a whole bunch of definitions that you have presupposed in this question that your average reader isn't going to know. And that means the question means less to someone who doesn't know those definitions. And since this is the first thing someone's reading from your thesis, they may never get to the point of your definition section. Whereas this, generate dynamic and immersive stories. Okay. Well, so hold on. So dynamic and immersive stories. When I, as a reader, read that, I go, okay, well, dynamic and immersive. Okay, so it's a believable story and it's dynamic. Okay, well, it's generated by AI, so I already know we're talking procedural generation, right? AI, by its very nature, generates things procedurally. There's no question about that. So, procedural generation is already something that I don't think belongs there, because it's nested in the technology you're using. Non-linear stories. I think that is implied, at least for me, by immersive. I inherently find purely linear stories to be less immersive if I'm talking about a game. So I should add that immersive stories in video games. Okay. I should add that part back. Because in a video game, if you're being told a story, versus you acting out a story. It is necessarily going to be more immersive, right? So two equally well-written beat-for-beat stories, one of which is non-linear, one of which is linear. The non-linear one will necessarily be more immersive because it allows player choice. A linear story does not allow player choice, so that immediately takes the player out of it. And when you're putting this into the thesis, you may need to cite someone else's study on linear versus non-linear stories and immersion, right? Immersion in the context of video games, the ability of the game to draw players into the world. I agree. In such a way that they are emotionally and mentally engaged with it. I agree. While also maintaining some awareness of their real-world surroundings. Yes. It is a feeling of truly being part of the virtual world. Being drawn into the world has nothing to do with linearity inherently. I absolutely disagree with that. It definitely has an inherent connection, because if you are to believe a world that you are an active participant in, you must have free will. A linear story does not allow the player to have free will. Thus, it is inherently less believable. If in the context of a video game, I am expected to be an actor within this world, I have to be able to choose how to act, right? If I'm not able to choose how I act, then that is already something that is less believable. Now tell me, how are people involved more into linear story games than an open world game? In the open world games with branching stories are by your definition more immersive. I don't know that I agree with your supposition there. How are people involved more into linear story games? I don't know that I agree with you. I would ask you the question, are people more involved in linear story games than open world games? There's another thesis question, I think. Yes? What are you basing that off of, dude? Like, people got really immersed into Skyrim, and that's an open world game that is non-linear. Good one. I think you have presupposed that based on a few practical issues. So the reason why I would argue, generally speaking, people find more immersion in linear stories is because they are easier to write. So the quality of the writer doesn't have to be as high to produce the level of immersion that you see, right? Whereas a non-linear story, there's just more the author has to consider, and there's more work to be done, right? So if I have two stories of equal length, one that's linear, one that's non-linear, well, the non-linear one is X times as much work based on how many branching paths there are. Which, that is a separate question about quality of writing, as opposed to asking, is linear versus non-linear more immersive? Because if you're just isolating the concept of linearity and analyzing how it affects immersion, in my mind, the answer is trivially that non-linear stories, or non-linearity by its very nature, has to be more immersive because the universe we live in is non-linear. So one of the things that gives linear an advantage is that the author can elaborate enough detail into the story. Right. It's important to note this is not a problem for AI. Into the story versus maybe a non-linear plot that is going to have less depth to create less immersion. I agree. You can ask people, friends, families that have played linear story games, and they will tell you that they were immersed. Sure. I was immersed when I read Harry Potter. You can then ask the same people whether they were immersed in Skyrim, and they will say no. Okay? Again, you aren't addressing the point here. Now ask a different group, and they will tell you they were immersed into Skyrim. Your statement that immersive design by its... No, hold on, I did not say immersive design is nonlinear. I said nonlinearity is inherently more immersive. It's not more immersive because immersion is a personal thing. Well, hold on. If you're going to just reduce things down to whether or not it's a personal evaluation, then your entire thesis process goes out the door, right? Like we just talked about this earlier, how you're going to have to quantify things, do studies, etc., right? Well, if you're going to say that because by asking one isolated group versus another isolated group, you get different answers, then it's useless. Well, then the whole thesis process is useless. So I'm going to refute that one outright right now as just not a valid argument. The whole point is you increase your sample size until you find trends. I quantify immersion, and some people quantify it more or less in different genres. You should be trying to find general trends if you're creating a thesis. It's not just putting numbers to it, it is you need to have a sufficient sample size that you can draw generalized conclusions. I think an important part of this is going to be defining linear, nonlinear, and hybrids of this. I agree. But you have a confounding variable in when you say that linear, by asking people in examples that linear is more immersive than nonlinear, you have a serious confounding variable. The confounding variable is writing quality, right? And the writing quality of linear stories by a human is always going to be better than writing quality of a non-linear story. Just because there is a limited amount of time in the universe for any living thing, right? However, with an AI, that variable changes. AI is not limited by time. Further, if we're talking about a non-linear story, the story doesn't need to be pre-generated, right? AI can theoretically be used to dynamically create the story in response to player action, creating a non-linear story in real time with the same level of detail as if it were linear. And I want to be very clear, yes, I thought of this stuff before this sentence. This is all part of why I think that you don't need to mention nonlinear here. I don't think it's a useful thing to include in your thesis question. I think it's very useful to include as a sub-question in the process of going through your thesis. Absolutely. I don't think it adds anything useful at the top level question. That's my point. And as far as linear versus nonlinear immersion, that's a very separate thesis question you could get into. And I think there's a couple reasons why one or the other is going to be more immersive using current technologies. I think if it's a sub-question, then linear and hybrids can be added in as sub-questions. I don't know that you need to tackle all of them. I mean, a thesis is not going to be all-encompassing, right? But if it's the thesis, it limits the scope for immersion. Okay. So something that I would definitely do if I were trying to answer this is I would cite existing studies. So on the question of whether I want to branch into linear, nonlinear, and hybrid, I would just cite someone else's work there and then only investigate the one that is most immersive from a theoretical perspective. But if it makes a difference whether a story is linear or not, you just said so, then why leave it out and not say you specifically want to test it on one or the other? The conflicting statement that... Oh. So, I feel like I just explained how I would go about doing that. What... I need you to tell me what you want explained more. I think my brain is down for the day. That's fair. Mine too. Just to re-summarize my point on this one, I think the way you handle this is through a citation. You don't have to ask everything in the thesis question to narrow things down if you can provide citations that narrow it down for you within the thesis, like body. And so for this one, I think it would be very easy to find a source that says that nonlinearity improves immersion in gaming. I think you could very easily find an article that says that and then just cite it. And by doing that, you no longer have justification to delve into linear and hybrid. You could just do nonlinear based on that citation. And that frees up your title, basically, to be more succinct. That's my thinking. Then again, I generally think that scientific papers in general, like all over the place, have terrible naming for their titles and questions. For the linear stuff, I will wrap my brain around it later. It's rough to translate all this. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, we've got a language barrier that's hurting us, and there's this whole language to scientific papers, and this is what I was just mentioning before I read your statement, that scientific writing, I think, makes terrible titles where, and this especially happens with graduate students, they're encouraged to write every little detail, right? When you don't have to do that. You can, even within your, what's the first paragraph typically called? Oh, I can't think of the name. My brain's too dead right now. The point is, you don't necessarily have to include every bit of detail you want to isolate within the title. You could leave some of that out, like this one. That would be very easy for you to isolate within the first paragraph of your thesis. There is nothing that is fully nonlinear in completeness in the case of storytelling, as of the problem with exponential increase. Wait, huh? There is nothing that is fully nonlinear in completeness in the case of storytelling, as of the problem with exponential increase of choices. That will not be a problem if AI is used for this. The exponential increase problem just doesn't exist if you're using AI to dynamically generate story. Because when a human, let me grab paint again. So when a human wants to write a nonlinear story, right? What happens? I've got a path. Okay, I've got another path that's doing this and this and this, right? I've got another path that maybe does its own thing and ends somewhere else, right? And that's great. You've got to pre-plan all of that. However, an AI instead, what's the AI going to do? It's going to say, oh, player made a choice. Now I'm going to generate this part of the story. Oh, the player has made a new choice. That means we're going here. Player has made a new choice. Now we're doing this. Player's made a new choice. Now we're going here. So the AI only has to actually generate one story. And it could be non-linear. And the other options never actually exist, right? Still very cool and interesting to talk about this. I often find myself in discussions on topics where people disagree at the start, and often it branches out into people being frustrated or mad, but I think you can take so much out of these. I agree. These conversations are very useful. Agreed. You both had amazing input. These conversations are great because this is how we learn to apply technologies. This is how we learn to make better games. Everything that we put into practice in video games starts with these theoretical discussions. Not just the exponential piece problem, but making sure the actual physical objects respond correctly, as in the case of character dying and then reappearing later by mistake. Sure. I think that's a different problem, though. Like, that's not an exponential choice problem. That is memory, essentially. Well, that went on way longer than I expected. My throat is dying. I'm losing my voice. I need to end that there before I'm not able to speak anymore at all. So, thanks guys for the awesome content and topics. And everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. And if you did, please check out my Ko-fi page, link in the description. You'll get access to dev tools I made for you to help make games, and roles in the Discord for things like requesting new features from me. Above all, though, I hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.